Good morning. That was kind of incredible. Kind of weird feeling for somebody to be like, "Oh, I read the no minus rule. Yeah, okay, bye." That definitely doesn't happen often at all. Anyway, Zoomer, right? Yeah, no, honest Zoomer. Zoomer going where Zoomies belong. Face. Are you ready? I need. So if you don't mind, I also is my voice cutting off? Is my voice in a frequency where my mic is not pitting? Please don't do that. I'm watching the funky meter go, and it seems like I'm cutting off sometimes. I don't like that. Alright, so sounds good, sounds good. So it's, okay. I guess it's just maybe the funny program, the funny meter playing tricks on me. Sounds neat, okay, okay. Anyway, the fun bad fact for now is the fact that sometimes bats get a little upgrade. You know what that means? You know what that means? That's right, baby! Beta 3.0 coming soon, because I may or may not have been adopted by a new artist mom, because, you know, it's everybody hears like all these stories about penguins adopting, you know, about penguins adopting new children. You know what? Bats do the same. Yeah, triple the bat. I mean, more or less, you know, I've been mentioning that I'm kind of slowly upgrading some things, but yesterday something magical happens, and one of my favorite artists actually opened live 2D commissions, or in particular like model, not rig, but it still blew my mind because it's Ina, aka Macroplay. It's let me just quickly link her here. I know I keep shilling her, but I once again want to link to her Twitter. She's an amazing artist. She also already drew me a few times. Let me just show you. You know, triple the baddies. No, not more. But she's the artist behind some banger bad art, including actually the first proper illustration of the sun head, or the where is anything? Why can't I just be not here we go, or that one. Oh god, that's weird. You know, she's the artist behind that and some other illustrations as well. Just trust me, she is easily one of my favorite artists to work with. And yeah, no, the fact that she was willing to actually work on a new me is incredible. Yeah. And it's really cool too, because I was basically asking her like, hey, I know we're starting out with a poncho, but are you maybe down for also giving me some new alt outfits in the future? Because the way that I'm currently handling it is that the original artist behind the me kind of is not willing to further work on me, so I had to get another artist to work on the summer outfit in particular. And even though Avery did an amazing job, and I will not, you know, act like I'm not super duper grateful for what she's done, I feel like having like one universal artist to work on everything and also like bounce ideas off of. And besides, again, Ina's art style is fucking godlike. Yeah. She already sent me the sketch earlier today, and even though it will probably still take a while because it is a matter of, again, a whole new model. Yeah, expect greatness. I will also make sure to get some proper rigging done this time around. And it also feels a little bit weird, right? Because I am actually very attached to how I look. I really like my current style. But hopefully you guys won't mind, because again, I am actually very happy, even if a little bit scared of the whole idea. Because I know the new style will be banging. Looking forward to new. Yay. Okay. Somehow even better. Don't say somehow even better. There's still a lot of improvement to go, both from presentation, because it's actually, if you knew how much spaghetti is behind the current model that I'm currently having to kind of make it work, it's it's a miracle that I can currently schmooze at all. I mean, just say that. And also, of course, me as a content creator. Yeah, no, dude, it's gonna be so good. I'm really excited for the future. The only thing I'm a little bit scared of actually is Well, I kind of have to push new GPU forward by at least a month or two. But you know what? That just means that I will be having to play a lot more retro on Nintendo Switch games, which I honestly don't mind, especially for the retro part. There's actually a lot more games that I have on my list that I can easily handle. But is Neo bad? Thick as fuck? Oh, I'm so glad you're asking. I am actually very, very glad you're asking because Ina also. Okay, there's there's this one image featuring Jill from Valhalla, the weak should fear the strong. She actually also is doing a redraw of it at the moment. Wait, hold on. Let me just show you original and not. It's where did it save now? Is it in my downloads folder? Wait, in which folder did it fucking save? And why do I have... Oh, it's a JPEG large! Yeah, it sucked my whole dick, Twitter. Holy shit! Oops. JPEG small, JPEG large, JPEG medium. What the fuck is this shit? Just save. Man. Anyway. The image in question that I'm talking about is actually... Oh, and that's an image for ants too. Okay, lovely. Anyway, it's that one here. I love the energy of it. But she also is currently drawing. Oh, and of course it's gonna be fucking massive. He's currently also drawing this one here, and it speaks to me. I'm pretty sure she can pull it off. Pull it off. Yeah, I'm glad you tuned in. No. Yeah, speaking of... Please don't be weird, Jim, about it, but, McDonald's folder. Exactly. Yeah, I should have looked in that folder first. That's where it saves all... everything. It's more gently than strangely. I mean, yeah. Why be aggressive when you don't have to? Anyway, that's pretty much it for the Batat news. I'm very, very excited. Like, when I got news yesterday... I knew she was actually working on one VTuber's model, and I was like, oh, my favorite artist does live 2D. Oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck, do I just DM her? Oh, out of nowhere, like very stalkery, like, hey ma'am, hey girl, I see you're working on that one, wouldn't it be coolio if, but then no, she actually, I'm glad I didn't, because weeks later she actually like opened the post and stuff, and just immediately I fucking rush in there. Gib! Oh, what's in the air traveling? That's like boyfriend. It's still being worked on. But there's no way to not be weird. There is though. There is. I get charged with manslaughter when it applies. Dude, it's amazing though, because I have given her already roughly like 5 or so commissions in the past, and she's so sweet about it, because I remember after the third one I was like, I should really start looking for more artists to commission, but at the same time I like coming back to her because I can just trust her to deliver immaculate quality. So one day I was like, haha, hey, I basically edited the Bernie Sanders meme template, just kind of changed it to, once again I have come to ask for a commission. And she was actually really, really sweet to be like, oh hey, I'm glad you're back. And she's actually missing like drawing me, because she's that was around the time where I commissioned the Sleeping on the Snorlax and the summer dress one. And Polaris, hi. Hi. Point being, banger artist, please follow her on the Twitter machine. Very sweet. Once again, I'm gonna link her. If you don't follow her, I swear to God, what the fuck are you doing? Give her the money. What's your for? Well, listen, if someone like keeps spamming dumb requests at you. Yeah, no, the way she does shading and lighting is actually godlike. Already following on Blue Bird. Make a new account. Follow her. No, actually, don't like. Don't go through these lengths. No. But I guess. Ow, my shoulders. But son I was already following. See? That's what I mean. Well, now I am. Alright, let's go. But, Be bad, I will. Yeah. Tell me work will try to dictate my Twitter. I don't follow anyone anymore. Ah, shit. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But let's do what I do. Work for free and get shit on. Yeah, but just don't get shit on. If somebody shits on you, shit back. It's like straight up shit their pants. What are they gonna do, huh? Nothing. At that point, they are too embarrassed. Anyway, let me also just prepare the great ace attorney here. Today's gonna be a little bit, and I know, I was gonna, I was getting shit on real. Just walk away from the shit, bro. Exactly. Yeah, Megamin, you heard me. They shit on me. You shit back. Exactly. Okay. For that, and here, and there, and there, and here. Gotta shit a certain VTuber's pants right quick. Alright, wishing you tons of luck here. I, by the way, do not take any in the slightest responsibility should it turn out to not be the right course of action. Like, if that person is, I don't know, suing you or whatever. So, if I get bullied, I shit my pants? No! I'm telling you to shit the bully's pants, not your own. You're not supposed to shit your own pants. X-Match, what? Thank you so much for the 5 gifts. What? Thank you. Eh? What if they don't wear pants? I don't know, shitless skirts, whatever the fuck they're wearing. Yeah, you know it. Oh. Software update. No, wait, hold on. Be like that. Please do not be like that. Yeah, just none. And here we go. Okay. Hopefully everything works. I also tried to fix my little tracking fucky wucky from yesterday. I know it was scuffed. Still is, actually. I still need to spend way more time, but I already woke up at 6 in the morning and decided should have woken up earlier. Oh yeah, funny Bluetooth support update. Yeah, that's right. It's kind of weird too because I've been using Bluetooth for so long for my Nintendo Switch as in using my phone as a controller that I kind of forgot that it actually wasn't like available like that the entire time. And yeah, JC, hold on. This is gonna be really embarrassing to admit, but let me just quickly show you guys a little something here. Oh, here go my hair, but because can I do that without showing my friend code and everything? Yeah, thank you very much. Oh no, it still showed it. Anyway, just here we go. I have fucked up. I have apparently over 190 hours in Great Ace Attorney because I forgot to turn the game off. You know, like a smart person. So this was kind of the time frame between the 2 separate streams, and it's I fucking hate it because I actually like having accurate hours for my games. And even worse, actually, I would have a lot more for Xenoblade 1 and 2, wherever it is, were it not for the fact that between switching console, like rather between switching save files, it put a lot of my games to 0. Yeah. So basically it reset all my game time for a lot of games, but now Great Ace Attorney has 190. Can we just kinda let that sink in? It's pissing me off. And Gio chats right up. You know it. You know it. Gio's a good shit. Good shit. Also, JC, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I don't know, please don't act like that, you know, 75 hours in one on a lot. It was actually supposed to be over 1,000 something, but again, it got kind of lost. She's played and memorized the entire game, so she doesn't embarrass herself again. No! No! Let me tell you, the only bra moment that I've had in this game so far was in case 1 with funny cow tattoo that actually was a very obvious thingy to press on him. It was not my proudest moment, but I just really want you to know If I already played the game, it would have not been for the sake of, you know, avoiding any embarrassment. Trust me, I can spill my spaghetti regardless. For real, how you hunt monsters for 29 days? Well, you don't do it in like one day. And your big deck was in the... But when the fat lady fell from the floor, fell on the floorboard, yeah, that was great. But like, that was like one tiny misclick here, okay? And yo, Lazuli, thanks for the follow. Yeah, continue. And let's go. Oh, and a stretch. Oh.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. And it's going to be like the Hounds of Baskin-Robbins instead of Baskerville. Yes. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into the day we arrived in the courtroom. And in Sosikesan's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. The life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy, but after he'd gone, Susan-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susan-san. Yes? It's time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it on today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes soon? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast. Does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in a fighting law of God. I cannot. Usually I don't struggle that much with Susato's voice, but today, I need to wake up. Wait, hold on. Let me just drink some more coffee here. Actually, wait, no, coffee is too hot. And let me drink some water here to get my vocal cords a little bit freshened up here. Ah! Okay. Yeah, coffee isn't a lubricant. Oh. Wake up! Wake up, Pato. On stream. Almost on tongue twisters. I am super bad in tongue twisters, whether it's my own language or not, it's bad. Come on, higher pitch. And once, why start the day with a woman? And once the bellies are full, we can leave for court and fighting fit Rome. Let me see. What case is tonight? Here we go again. Little, you wanna talk about... So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, looking in the moments of the hut, it's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. So, what about Sasuke-san? I suppose Sasuke-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after the terrible ordeal. Which would mean that he should be completed the voyage already, or it should just be a few days away. A fortnight ago. I keep forgetting that fortnight is a real word. And yes, I have already started the stream, the game less than an hour into streaming. It's kind of insane, right? A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering what I might become of Sasuke-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van-Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. So, about the Reaper. Is it they say that no one stands in a dock can be safe from the Reaper, right? No. Oh. Fortnite is among us. Shut the fuck up. And the way that a nightmare's trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Sasuke-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means... the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. And yo, TK, what's in the up? If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding the sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van-Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Sasuke-san's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial services again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him in this recent spate of trials, then. That's my luck. And yo, medic was in the up. Wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Aww. Hey, Susato-san, wanna check this out? Oh. Ta-da! It means a great deal to me, you know? You cherish this armband so, and wear it each time you appear in court. Well, it's very important to me. It's what shows that I'm a lawyer. And whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength. For Kazuma. I absolutely cannot be without it. Especially when I'm at a critical point in trial. But just the other day, I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit the park. Sometimes I forget to take it off. That's good. And you know, I'm showing, like, you know, picking up all the ladies by showing my funny bracelets, of course. This replay has decided to spend his time trolling you. The fact that he is the ballerina who killed her. I was gonna say, nah, come on. So I guess we go to the Sham suit and get a break of fast. Give me a second. I keep having my night hair. Can you? 15th April, Shansu. Morning! Oh, fuck! How am I so... And last time I had no problems doing her voice, but oh fuck. Oh, I'm plushie in your head. Oh fuck. How do I do that? Not a morning with it. Oh, shut the fuck up. Let's see. Oh, I hate the violin in the background. Okay, let's get the fumo so we can be real fancy. Just make it sound dead inside. Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Bruno? What's that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you?
Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Early isn't the best fun this morning, it seems.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Schultz? Good morning. I know that was his theme, that makes it even better. Need to die, perhaps. Oh, he's literally me! Something happened, Mr. Schultz. You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn, this is launched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, it's the time we ate. Some dry toast and a bit coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. He is literally me! The entire game, I was like, why do so many girls like him? Like, he's not funny and he's kind of annoying. I'm starting to seal the appeal. Cat! I mean, what a wretched creature. Oh look, it's Wagahai. Oh, I said to it, good morning, boy. That's a wonderful thing to have in your home. Must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how do I get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast.
Ah, wonderful! Let me help you, Iris.
Wouldn't it be a fine day to die?
Ah, I knew something looked different. This cat is cringe. I don't wanna. Something's missing from Mr. Shalom's desk. Hey, wanna talk about it, buddy? About like wanting to die? You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Shalom's. What's happened? Used to be the case. In my hands. Violence of the Gadon chorus. Melson and tones would make flowers bloom. Yeah, it's not like I think maybe some cats can be slightly okay at all. Also, why would I be a crazy bat lady? Because, crazy cat lady implies that it's like an old hag with tons of cats, And a crazy bat lady would like be a lady with like tons of bats, and like, I'm bad. Howdy. That's only one. So why would I? But I also don't want any cats because cats are dangerous and stupid, and they're way too overhyped and not at all very fluffy and anyway, point being, I wouldn't want any more. I wouldn't want any more bats around because it's like having lots of people. That's kind of weird, right? So yeah, crazy plushie lady, exactly. Let's go with that. You would?
But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddess of music have thrown me over.
Hey, what do you mean, Mr. Jones?
Always I have for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost.
The brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. Goddess of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, he has like music block. It's like art block. Oh dear. Ugh, why is this happening to me? They take the turn I have for the violin for me. What is left? For pity's sake, what is left? Deduction pad? Isn't that what you're known for? So about the missing machine. Mr. Jones, I don't like to pry, but... Yeah, this looks rather empty today.
Well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Jones, they pale with insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great scope? That's at Windy Bank.
Sorry? Is it a windy bank?
No, Windy Banks. The pawnbroker.
What? You mean you've pawned an enormous machine of yours?
Considerable value. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I don't wish you had consulted us if your sedation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I had to you.
Yeah, madam. Things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you.
It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all.
It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroker... Well, I don't actually.
Oh. What's to understand exactly?
Alright, how does pawnbroking work?
So, what do you mean when you said that we didn't fully understand how it works?
To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of the choice. The money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go and recover their things using the money they've earned.
I had no idea. It's a fascinating lesson for us.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people up in London. And should they have no money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious.
Want me to go all out of Iris's voice? Want me to go even deeper? Want me to go like to the next step? Want me to summon fucking Crimbo?
That's just marking out the price. It is. It literally is. That's good.
But whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks to see. A pawnbroker can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Or if you have what, probably quit. And if they pawn things you really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Did somebody buy it? Like, what? What?
Hey, we can examine.
That's funny.
Mama's scared, come pick me up. Yeah, that's just my normal voice. If I don't have voice change on, what do you mean?
Nah, it's fine.
I struggle more with deep, with high voices right now than with deep ones. Early morning. The fire is burning comfortingly in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Hi, look at that photographic print of the lady displayed in the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. It's supposed to mean something to me. And the woman? I don't smoke at all. Please don't. I feel like the Batman was I want to rethink. Listen, it's just something that I discovered years ago that if I just kind of like, you know, it's like finding out the pterodactyl thing. Like you kind of mess around with your voice a lot and then you find out what you can and can't do. Okay, what else is there? I mean, I'm glad I got an achievement, I guess, for the woman. These are all mementos of Mr. Schoen's past cases, I think. If he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if the beefsteak from La Carnival would have been displayed here. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection. There's an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather than what's on my shelves. I really ought to keep your things. What, Mr. Naruto? No, no favoritism here at all. Wow. Yeah, sure. When he does it, it's cool, and when I do it, it's not. Okay, cool. I feel like anything that really stands out. Oh, what are those? Look at Mr. Shong's desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that notes machine usually on it? I can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruto. Hi, next time we're invited, we might find he's vacated the entire suit. Barely plausible, actually. I was kind of hoping to find out like a funny, funky chemical here, but no, nothing, no. All part of the same desk. Nope. Oh, what's that? It's also things in the slots on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. All heaped up so high. I can't help but feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Such a charming, untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it? This looks messy to me, like my desk. But you, Mr. Naruto, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism here then. Alright. Oh yeah, I don't do Isaac anymore because my GPU can't handle it because kind of chip fucking went all bzzed, and now I kind of stuck doing stuff on Switch and retro. No more gambling. Oh, God, look at this. Seems to be Iris' portion of the room. Oh, it's beautiful tea set. It's then table as usual. A cup of one of her special herbal blends always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain. The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremonies and customs, don't you think? Is the idea of hospitality behind it? That's the essence of tea. Oh. Well, to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. But there's paper already set up in the typewriter. Look, as if she's about to start. It reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, the Natsume was more impressed. Yes, Mr. Natsume. That's what I'll be doing once I'm back in Japan, he said, with tightly clenched fists and teeth. How am I supposed to make Baron without gambling it all away? Maybe by saving it up? Perhaps? You know, just a suggestion. You don't... Ow.
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
What else do we have? Kind of nothing, huh? Oh, wait, no. What are those? A charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too. While the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Plans for the future, Mr. Naruto. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so I can buy some more chemistry apparatus as well. Oh, chemistry, takedown throws. What they were skills you boast, Mr. Sato. As usual as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. I mean, she's still learning. She's still learning. And I guess we can talk to Iris. Waga hi. Hey.
will just have to be content with 165000チャンネルポイントディファイシット ID by you a GPU but this is all IGOTRN.
Yo, Tabasco, I really appreciate the 200 bits, but also, really, don't sweat it. After all, it was kinda, I already said at the very beginning, I've been saving up for a GPU for quite some time, and I will still be able to get it in hopefully 1 or 2 months. I may or may not just have been to blame that it will be delayed further though, because I have found a new artist who will work on the Me for my new model and everything. So I kinda don't really, and also why would you bump me with talking, goddammit. But still, I kinda am to blame that it will be delayed a little bit more than I thought it would be. One day when they aren't priced, like, yeah, that's true, because I would have by long bought a new GPU, were it not for the fact that I am very, very squeamish over spending like 1,000 bucks for something that shouldn't be that much, like much over that, So, I know, funny enough, I know China had like funny restocks here, but they don't ship over here because they fucking hate us. But yeah, no, we get there, So basically, I'm kind of delaying it, waiting until it's better priced over in, where I am. I thought all students lived in mansions. No, I live in a basement. You should know that, actually. Gonna have to make your own. Oh, let's go. 3D hands or GPU? Well, I guess live 2D, then GPU, and then one day 3D. But for now, I want to be smart about. Wait, my guy comes from the actual I'm a cat novel, which is pretty cute. Oh, makes sense. I thought my guy was just a fun name. Having my returns for 3 years in asset effort. Yeah. I'm spending so much for something that should be cheaper, and even sure if it will work. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why I don't mind delaying it a little bit, because I would be very, very pissed off over, spending everything that I've saved on a sculpt GPU on like 3 times what it should be, just to maybe have it not work out. No? But not so scared since they settled in his new home then.
Oh yeah, it's nice, but I'm very attached to the Lawagi.
It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten him. Cats aren't feeling creatures. And Musa is empty as hub. I fucking love Sholmes, he understands me!
It's not so I had no intention of taking Worky back to Japan when the way kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, huh? Pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen and words of passage are not obeyed.
Well, I don't mind. Worky is adorable.
Eh?
ファンファクト、クパスアーエクスペンシブビコーズオブアシリコンショーテージ。フォローアップファンファクト、アボックスオブキティリッターハズイナフシリコンフォーテングパス。
Yo, Tabasco, what the fuck? Really making, helping me again with the anti-cat propaganda. Let's go! What about the door? I remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Well, you noticed. You're up surfing, Bruno. Look, I used this. My latest invention.
What is that?
I call it Cat Flabomat.
Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats?
That's right, it can make a cat flap. A little bird friend like Worky in seconds.
And don't be sorry for that, really. I appreciate the support, but you don't need funny TTS. But if you do want to, don't stay away.
Can do it in any show at all. No matter what it's made of, very powerful, you see.
I think Cricket just make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make a cat flap.
Well, yes, maybe. Now I can make cat flap anywhere I like.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. Let's make one of us. What's on the door for our effort? On the door for upstairs, Iris. You have to come up with unconventional inventions, girl. Meg. Oh, seriously, thank you.
Hey,
No. Oh god.
I'm not
what
above
was that?
rolling with bits
Okay, hi.
either.
And yo, JC, also thank you so much for the 100 bits. What was that?
Oh no. Oh guys, tangled up in your violin.
I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, it's Sean's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. The kid is more accomplished musician than I know. Mr. Sean's really is in poor spirits, isn't he?
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives. I like her.
So tasty.
What?
İçende beklerken Mia Gerbits.
Expect, thank you so much, really. I'm gonna go for a stretch. Oh. Oh. It's a military Great Depression. It is, man. I don't even like, Holmes that much, but now I kind of want to cheer him up somehow, but I don't know how. Let me just think. Yeah, I'm just going to redeem some care package and say goodnight. It's fun. Lots of fun to yeah, thank you for checking. I really, what? Like really, it's kind of a really sweet gesture, right? Like, I'm gonna go to sleep, but I'm not going to sleep until the streamer fixes her fucking posture and drinks. Cat's rage if possible. Maybe we should ask. Okay. Where do I go? Oh wait, I still need to investigate? What do you want me to see then? Eh? No. Oh. Wait, huh? What am I missing? Dima, go back! I didn't read that! Hey, Sholmes! Check this out! Sholmes, could I ask for your opinion about that? Oh my god, you can actually get depressed, Sholmes' opinion! Allow me to raise my languid head with the promise of some mental exaltation. Yet in my morbid depression, I am confronted with the most mundane of problems. Oh no. Oh. My mind finds greater stimulation in the unforgiving monotony of the floor than your miserable offering. Always glad to help. Oh my god. Oh, my head weighs heavy on my shoulders. He's depressed because his music fucking sucks. Man. I also prefer Sholmes like that. Okay. But like, what else do you want to say? Is the violin somewhere here? Am I just not seeing it? Oh, there. I'm stupid. I well on this misery. I just like that he's relatable. That's the violin, is it? It's Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Slavida. Ah, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. That's a lot. How honorable of you. Until today, to my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made, I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music, to tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none!
Jones? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancy of release from this dull routine. Jesus fuck! Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, I think. Huh? What do you mean, Mrs. Sato?
Oh, Susie's right. Yes. Tone of the wood is completely different.
And that's in Hall. I'm sure there wasn't a crack key before. And yo, great that cat, thank you such a resub. It's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Yeah, no, I feel I'm a bit on that last time, me too. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Jones, but the instrument isn't a violin at all. And what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? What? What? Oh, Mr. Jones, are you alright? You're right. You're quite right. Isn't my faithful Stradivarius a what? Great piece of strength, Blossom. Not your performing partner, then.
I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
It's just a simple mix-up.
Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. You know, we're on the final case. We're on the final case, and this is how it starts. So about the mix-up. Oh, Taco, you know how you know how my voice is a little bit deeper than usual in the early morning, and I was mentioning how I kind of struggle getting the right tone for her because usually I make it like very high, and you know, so I decided, what if I go real deep? What did you mean by mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, it's violin. Sorry, it's viola, I mean. Was at Windy Banks until last week.
At the Pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Jones' beloved musical partner. Yes, a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Oh, yes indeed! Please send your beloved violin at the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth. Oh, wonderful idea! Last week I pawned the great analytic scope in order to release my precious instrument, but it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with a tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timber of this piece of timber. Oh, your every sense was deceived by the fact that it swings. A fine set of affairs. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo? Never trust a pawnbroker. They try to fail with you every time. Oh, does popping in deep voice change the pop zone? I can, because popping is like, but like deep voice in particular, it's like,
Well, if you...
like I don't know how to say that. It's like you strain the front part of your throat in particular. Like I can't just go. I can't. You know, vocal cord sounds versus lip sounds, exactly. I could try. Wait. You know, but you know, in some sense, I cannot do a pterodactyl screech because that is actually just an exhale. Whereas the deep sound is actually like talking, but like basically putting a particular strain on. Yeah. And you can't do both at the same time. Unfortunately, there's a limit. Like I can't really combine stuff as fully as I want to. I thought that you would think of a pawnbroker as an excellent secure vault. Well, maybe Mr. Sholmes is just maybe a little bit rotted. Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Punching a total vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obstinately. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? You must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend. to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs ever more obtusely. What the fuck do you mean? Alright, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Rono. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Ah, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. Can we talk about it? No, but we can schmoo. Alright, let's get to there at... Oh, we even have Baker Street here. But, let's go there first. 15th April, Windybank's Pawnbrokery. Yes, hello, fellow gamer. What's up? The British pawnbrokery. Oh my! There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid my eyes on before. Ah, so such a son. And spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to score the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real joy for me. Oh dear fellows, let's not forget why we're here. Hi, Mr. Shams! We're calling on matters of business, not pleasure. Yeah, Mr. Shams means business, too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Iris has such a beautiful angelic voice because I struggle with high-pitched voices when I just woke up. So instead of giving her her usual very high-pitched voice, I just kinda decided to turn her into Crimble. Ah, Mr. Shams, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruto, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come, bite is afoot. No wait, no, sorry, a squeeze is an inhale, not an exhale. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. You're basically just gonna let air in while you tighten your throat, and then, yeah. Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. Anyway. Oh, it's about that violin. Naturally, you will recall it, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it, not even the same size. Well, summary of our observations, Mr. Shams. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. And one way to make amends. Oh! Ah! What? What? What? What? I should have to take my own life. Nah, wait, hey, wait. Wait. Base? I don't think that will be necessary, do you? Let me just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Shams, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I just saw him to fetch a violin, then I heard, here it is. You did? And then I turned to controvert you. You had taken the violin you left, sir. Okay, wait. We got a neutral special redeem. That means maybe we can convince him not to take his life by threatening him, to shoot him if he does. That's gotta do it. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Yeah, I want to pee and then find it's over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank, if evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. You almost killed yourself! Oh. You'll laugh or cry, I suppose. You're, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought to my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of Eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such.
Oh my, a new fully fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean? Ah! Forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more! Yeah, wait, don't shoot yourself. Can I want to know about the novel here. I must know more! Tell me everything!
It's really fired up now.
Is it really an unpublished story on this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It tells us something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript. Recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript. You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. Weird. And that was that. As such, Mr. Holmes laid a tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Holmes, is that really true? The voice sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this. I continue to pay your fee, do I not? And then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. Very safe inside of me, I assure you, on my life! They're all very strange. Yeah, what about pawnbrokery? I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, I got a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend. The tone of quite dull. Sorry? Aha, before your splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Ethan, I should say that's fine, it's may I say.
I might, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportional loan and 2 months of secure storage. If, in that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, items are happily returned.
What happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop. As you can see on the shelves behind me.
You never sell items before the 2 months have passed then.
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. The customer's precious belongings be lost. The only recompense for me is for me to end it all. Very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! You literally talked about killing yourself in your own room earlier. Because your fucking violin wouldn't play, because you had a fucking viola, you fucking... And your next bitch. Thanks for checking in, have a good day. The man who was telling us it was a good day to die this morning. Yeah, fuck you. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in the shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? Ah, a deep sigh about it. So the red-handed recorder, also known as security camera, I suppose. Now it's a red-handed recorder. Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling.
can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. Indeed, a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. Every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearances of the show. Here, I have an example I can show you. Yes, a print from the camera is set to record the activity of the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it is a crystal clear image, even in darkness. Can we put Sholmes in jail for, I don't know, sucking too much or something? I would love to. I already said in the second case that, considering how he's on the boat and all, easily the Russians are allowed to like throw him into the open ocean and see where, what happens with him. I'm gonna have both of my eyes closed and pretend I didn't see that. Yeah, you can clearly see the counter from the door behind the look. Yeah, that's cool.
Lacey.
Were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But you're not saying that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
And what if the incident were to occur in between that?
One could only say that would be cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank?
Surely they are anything but distressing. It's the cause of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cause of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
Oh yeah.
That's a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, My dear fellows, we work in an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin.
Oh, there it is.
Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps might mark that the peculiar items they tried to pop them. Because if anything were to happen to one of them. Uh-oh, is he gonna do it again? This would be the only answer! You ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not! Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's really what I meant. And enjoy the D&D. Bye-bye! Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
Good, Mr. Naruhodo? Now we can explore at last!
Alright. I want to examine.
Look at that enormous ledger up on the counter there.
Mr. Windybank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Ah, spoilers! Yeah, sorry. Don't let anyone stop you. Alright, don't let anyone stop you from having a good day. And thanks for checking in. The revolver here. Why is he letting it open on the table? We could rob him right now and there's nothing he could do about it. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article here, my dear fellow. Huh? I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out? Indeed. In recompense for his plunder? No! Imagine imagine this fucking idiot getting robbed and he just fucking shoots himself. No!
Oh my. In any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
I'm being robbed, better end it all. Oh, hey. There used to be a little door hidden behind that curtain here. At least a storage room where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
It's nothing in particular
a particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any licensed activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pod, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It's my business to know what others do not. Also, kids game, by the way. I disagree, especially given the original Ace Attorney game. Yeah, Graham, thanks for the follow. But let me tell you, we definitely remember when one very important character. I don't want to spoil. Like, I don't know who here even played like the. Okay, I think one very important character's family member just like got shot. Did like that, you know. Was stronger than it was not. I wouldn't say stronger, but definitely take some things better. Still though, I guess maybe it's also easier to at least that's my non. Okay, wait, no, let me put the gun down as I say it. But I guess maybe watching visuals like that, like especially in a cartoony fashion, is less of a problem in countries where you don't really have access to it. No? Yeah, but maybe I shouldn't say that while I'm holding one myself. I'm a detective, sir. It's my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Yeah, Batman's parents die to every cartoon. Are they ever graphic about it? Or like, say how it's done? I never really cared about that. Leather wearing wannabe bad. Don't want to get spoiled, so gonna mute the background. Have fun. Alright, yo, thanks for checking in, and yo, thanks for still having me on in the background. Mr. Chance, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect if this pronary is ever burgled. That's true. Like, I see, I'm holding... Yeah, no, I can... What? No, I just put the gun down. You saw me holding it. Don't worry, don't worry. And yo, Pastel, what's in now? Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes. Definitely never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? How charming. Oh. What a sublime sound. Like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like this before in my life. Particularly, its specimens of a larger variety, commonly placed in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness! It's simply a delightful machine! Indeed. Oh, the popularity has warmed recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Oh, look at that. It's not really a jukebox, but what was before that? What do we have here? And there's so many things on the shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered to for sale by the pawnbroker. What's that really mean, though? When you pawn or locally pop an item, the pawnbroker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price for his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by pawning the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period by safekeeping. So you may pawn that black god of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit! Alright. Poison. Anything else here? Anything that really sticks out? Nope, nope. Oh, what are those? Look at this! Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. There's a small catch just here, look. Yeah. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh? Oh my, that's amazing! Sort of a spring-loaded mechanism. Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. Huh? What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. Nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Oh my god, little cactus! And, oh. And yo, Isaac, what's in the oven? Not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's
Eat
date.
your hamburgers, Apollo.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. An Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear up the front page to reveal the following day's date. Perfect calendar for a TOA fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank. And one who is... and who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Yeah, exactly! Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Yeah, it is modeled after a naval officer's uniform. In fact, it's actually, after... It's not... I guess you could call that... Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Oh, what else do we have here? No. Oh, those dolls look creepy. Like, who would bring that here? What do you suppose it's rather enormous machine does?
Are you winning, son?
And yo, best ready. Yo, thanks for the thanks for the raid. Wow, I can't talk. I don't know why, I just don't seem to wake up today. It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Yeah, no, I instantly said follow! Listen, don't take it personal. I am rather tired. Got bullied by a space sim. Ooh. Did he get his ass kicked? Good. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What are you looking at? It's a stereoscope. Yeah, first time, huh? Shut the fuck up! It is fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look at the eyepieces and see for yourself. I would like to. Excuse me for a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Wait, it's good at building so bad here. I never really saw this in money. You didn't know you were spending money on it? What, you thought you were like building buildings for free? That's... Alright then, I'm going to try it. Oh no. Ah! Naruto! I must see! At once! Oh, alright then. I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Huh. What the... I don't believe it. That's a photographic print, but... I think you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? Periscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People can queue for hours to see them. Oh, hi! Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well... far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. What? Only tuppence worth? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article's barely worth a penny, miss. I can offer more. I've been waiting in line for hours to see a picture. Oh. Listen. I waited 1.5 lines in a line. 1 hours in the line to play fucking DMC5 demo. Very early on. I can't blame anyone for waiting for, I don't know, a picture back in that day. It's an argument brewing over the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you and Papa? Oh, is it, what's her name? Gina? Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a Papa but she has at it? Seen it all I can see, young girl. It is! Wait, don't we know? I recognize her. Ah, yes! Young lady. Miss McGill's child 2 months ago. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Good minute, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Eh? What? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? To pop a black weasel. Sorry, coat, have ya? It's about black uniform that makes everyone comment on it. Ah, good day. I'm not so much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Schultz! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windbag on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need help from some stuck-up day. Get out of my business. Come on. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. Look at the thing he has in his hand. Some kind of metal disc. Oh, but speak like you're a bloke in the gutter. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't speak. Right. I know how to say that. Like accents that I know my own. And you go on. Leave me alone. Hi, Miss Lestrade. You pretend we aren't here. Can't be offended in the slightest. Wilson can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Yeah, dialects, I guess. I still not. No what? Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner just like everyone else. Not the problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. Think Bobby, wait. Bobby don't even belong to her. Bobby got it in the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, I mean, why not? She is a pickpocket after all. Alright then, I'm just going to come around and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how to best answer that really. No. Wait. Oh god. My Chinese is what, I know you're asking me if I can speak Chinese, but I am very... Listen, I took Chinese literary classes in school, but I am really bad at speaking it. I don't want to embarrass myself here. Oh, it's bad. I can write and I can read a little bit, but I don't use big words, and I will probably understand you. No, best sounded really suppose sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. And this time, alright? I swear, nothing belongs to me. It's that Mr. Winnybag is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Yeah, alright, let's do it. Examine. So I'm not going to let you perform crimes against language. I am willing to... Well, essentially for me, because my kanji got connected like 5... I mean, I took advanced literary classes because we use kanji here.
But yeah, I said it was Chinese. I said it also, and they said what I said. Yes. But we still study language crime.
The Winnie Bank, what exactly is the metal disc that the Strait has brought in? It seems they have hundreds of tiny bouncing surfers.
I am not Chinese, but I can read a little bit.
That's a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In the music box?
What? You don't even know what a music box is? He's a lot into savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Small protrusions in the middle disc encode the tune.
You must simply insert the disc and set the machine going. A beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible! Tell us, what tune is it on disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are many different types of music boxes, see? British made, German, Swiss.
I have no way of knowing which particular machine this was made for.
Ah, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customs for items like this, even if the young lady forfeited it.
Really, I'm already offering more than I should have at a penny. That's a pack of lies! He told me he did. He said it was, well...
See?
Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That this is worth good money, you know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? It's the closest thing we have to the alphabet in this nonsense. She's been in before, of course, this little Tadimalion. And brought some dubious article or other for every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today?
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, she actually brought in, what's a storage ticket.
A storage ticket? So, Mr. Strait has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff that would need storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
Yeah, dubious disc. What, are we gonna involve a Porygon over here? Yep.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight to tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. What is the article? You tell us, Mr. Windybank.
The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am.
It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. What? What's wrong with that?
With that,
it fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
Hey, what about the disc then? How does it come into your holders?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn. The girl and I agreed to the price. So, what about that?
I'm confused. I thought you said Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money out on it yesterday.
One is heavy black coat which you returned to her care, as I'd understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put on the thing on, he went riffling off through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
What? Did you know it's rude to sight a lady?
Ah, I see. It came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean his disc, then yes, exactly, madam.
Ah. And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. It's all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like that, like anyone else would.
Mr. Strait, may I ask what deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me? It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it?
Is it Miss Lestrade?
Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious.
So there's nothing wrong with having like something that's over size, right? Like, you know, whether it's a jacket or whatever. I don't like having that anything that keeps you warm like be too tight. So I understand. Uh-oh. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? And why is he the killer? Nobody died so far. I'm just gonna assume he's the killer. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. It's a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. Think you're such a great gent, should know how to wait in line. Well, you're an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? I should know who I am. Question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to remember the face of your victim, it seems. What? You mean for you? Broker? Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. I? Oh, that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box this too. Hi, you can't have it. No, you just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Nadoro. A very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Alright, what the fuck's going on here? That's a straight. Is that a gentleman? Is what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life. I never laid eyes on a dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? A ticket you brought here now? No, I swear! I swear to God! It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This ain't the first time that I've been targeted by these bag-slumped scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Mr. Straight. Give the good gentleman his coat back. And if you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on! Why is everyone think it's me? Look at this dandy cob. I think I'm the dodgy one? He has a point. I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's the evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article sale and redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course! You'd only consult Mr. Winnebag's ledger to know the truth. You had to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. Little you what, mate? I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh! I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. Why not? Yeah, why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. Then how can you know an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might it trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Oh fuck. Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. All the evidence we need. Gentleman is the right owner of the article. Without that, why did he give it to Gina then without asking for it? A watchword, interesting. So, why don't you know it? So, about the watchwords, Mr. Windybank. As we just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. It wasn't exactly a subtle glance, Mr. Sholmes, now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identified each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you to return the article? That's right, sir. Yes, as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. What? How? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Yeah, so be a good girl and just return the code, will you? As much as I don't like him either. I think I'm, kind of morally obliged to be on her side anyway. Look at this rich ass bastard. He already has all the codes he could need. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though certainly you're clearly not British, so perhaps there are ways are foreign to you. And yeah, Tyler, what's in the hub? Currently meeting, Yeah, exactly. Look, Gina did nothing wrong. Look at her. She's so adorable to commit any crime, even the one she admits to. Exactly. That's what I'm on about. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What is he doing? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might think of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you're a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. Oh, let me drown and stretch. Next stretch. My name is Sasatomi Kataba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. And alright, Lawrence. Take care. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict! It's a joke, right? How is that? Enchante. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but the name is Vicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat! Return it at once. To someone with the style to carry it off. Every movie makes. Breath he takes. Can't stand watching him. Well, this man is for real. What do you mean you're on his side now? So, let that be the end of the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Because I'm a diver, I don't think that makes me a liar. And the con of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir. Here's a disc for you. Just this one. Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited it. Another disc. Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir. That is what deposited with me was merely the overcoat. This happened to be in the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
He does give Amalthus vibes, and you're right. So, Guttling, you're hiding more than what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. A disc. It's mine! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal? Why? There's blood on the disc. Look at all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. But you're not having it. Are you? You take it. Me? If I ain't gonna do it, they'll have it of me again. They keep of it. Oh, Mrs. Straight, this is so important to her. Alright, fucking shanked him. You there? In the black liver. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars! Oh, what do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Let's move? Oh, God. Or like, maybe we can talk it out? There's no way I'm gonna have to talk some more, though. Wow, Mrs. Red is really looking at to me. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Oh. Those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. You. Let's take it. Oh? Mimic is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches out to his... Oh. I was gonna say, how about we just leave? But I guess they are not going to like that, are they? Okay, What about here? Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Oh. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? As a young pickpocket sent me on my own way. I was forced to lurk in the shadows, cruelly ostracized for the rest, and partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind. I was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. The fate. Wait. Actually, can I check people? Okay, Sister is 16 and Dina is 17, and we don't know the age of Eggert. Well, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, a 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depth of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. And why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know? Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Why, Mr. Sholmes, I simply feel awful for you. It would seem that my interference is correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us. You've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder where my genius for deduction to be commoditized. How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another one of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Mr. Straight and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Well, it's time to listen, I guess. Yeah, it's time for a post-up between Sholmes and Egbert. It's gonna be so good. Well, Mr. Straight, it would appear that you find yourself in something of a predicament. Hey, blue places have you been, eh? Pardon? The lady's in trouble. A true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? They're gonna have a pulse off!
Mr. Egid Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritable encyclopedia array of curiosities about the person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? First is that the reason for your visit to Pawnbroker today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in the contemplation. One you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what do you say to my deductions? How? His son is white as a hard-boiled egg.
Sono Chino Sarame. Oh no. I still have to watch more of Funny JoJo past the first season, but I just can't because I already read the manga, so like watching it just feels extra. One day. I heard that like later seasons actually get much better in timing. I know I remember watching season 1 way back, and I was like, okay, that's cool, that's funny, but I didn't like the pacing, so I just decided to read it all, and now I couldn't bother.
It was that once again, Mr. Shams has made a flawed seduction.
Who do you think you are, sir?
Ah yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So yeah, anime is slug at some point. Yeah.
So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Alright. Topic 1. Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you venture in this pawnbroker today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had their redemption ticket and stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is somewhere quite different. What's that? As to by that which you hold in your hand. Yes. What brought you in the shop in the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. Wrong. Piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would have soon realized that a man of appearance has no need for such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your action. And then the cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, an incontrovertible contradiction. But utter rot! I've had this cane for years. Contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, missing from.
What is wrong with you?
The end of any walking cane should be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detail analysis shows the wooden tip of this thing to be utterly bare. The fuck do you need those goggles for? Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recall, sir? Is something wrong? And you're recalling. You inevitably facilitate the answer to the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind the rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding the riddle. What are you? On the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. The walking cane demands such a straight handle, yes I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. It's a shovel. He is the shovel knight. Wait. Oh hey! Ah! The broken handle of a shovel. Hey, am I good or what? See, I should become his assistant. Like, you know, Iris? No. Not on my level. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined down this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to make employment in this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Yep, got him. Fucking got him. 100% truth uncovered right here. Great crime.
You reached the same conclusion as Sean's. Is that something to be proud of? Yes, of course. The fact that me or Brad, like I get to be nearly as genius as him, it truly shows how much I've grown as a person, didn't it? Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. Because if I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath the pawnbroker with a broken shovel, what on earth do you suppose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, well, there is ample reason. As you're only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, at your furtive glance, it's more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider that it could motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and probably dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. That gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage sewers, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank of the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewer. Now has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in every close proximity to the Great Wall of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us to the last and the final chapter of this lurid scheme. The plunder that the thief hoped to make off on the ground of... Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard... Oh my god! A postcard of the great exhibit. I'm afraid you've lost me. Currently in the final stage of preparation, the great exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of what sits on the vault of the bank. Special reserve funds of the Great Exhibition. Of course, that's top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Yeah, what happens when we let a theater kid take points on a group presentation. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction. Unbroken puzzle. Got him! Mr. Sholmes.
Well, Mr. Nadoto?
It's impressively upbeat an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness. Would you not agree? Is it true that you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed. Though few know of its existence, it is rather the government's most closely guarded secrets. Braxton told me, in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it's because the man is a criminal. What if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? He is a criminal, as he said. And buying a brand new shovel is sure the first thing he does know. Maybe we're the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Winnieback will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh my life, I assure you, I'm not unscrupulous. You didn't like Sholmes before, but you'd never seen his deductions. Now you think he deserves the world? He is eccentric. And, I guess, kinda lovely. I still hate him. I don't know. It feels natural to me. I feel like I have to hate him.
Well, hopefully this has taught us I taught you a valuable lesson. This information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secret won't disclose them. And once the word's out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruto. An excellent idea! Well then, Mr. Naruto, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. And let me just quickly drink some more. My throat is absolutely dying today. Ah, fuck. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Now, currently, we're in the conclusion that he wants to dig his tunnel, though. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbroker today. And your past will thanks for the way. Claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. And the real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you... No. Yes, what I brought you in the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, wait. The way Mr. Sholmes' reasoning. Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault in the bank across the street. But wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives are elsewhere. The question is, where? What did Mr. Benedict hear at this particular point? Oh, wait, can I... Ah, okay, I can make smooth it. But I cannot... Yo! It's top hat, let's go. Oh, stylish hat. Okay, what other options do we have? Pain, I lost you. Horse! It has to be the horse. Look behind. Ah. Okay, that's how it works. I'm playing... I mean, can I inspect it? Is there anything else on it? So there's a flyer of Mr. Windybank's shop. Let's see. Windy shop wants you. Pawnbroker's assistant required. Eye-catching advertisement, that's for sure. I've seen the same flyer up here in the shop, I think. That's just the Windybank is always in need of more staff. Mr. Benedict came here to apply for a job? That's just too hard to believe. Yeah, I really don't think that's it. And what else is it? Am I... It's not the cane. Huh? Oh, wait. Ah! Oh! I didn't see that. Oh! And all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, chin illustrate. Height 5'2". What? Why is she so tall? Alright, at least hold on. Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, very white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. A detailed description of Mrs. Strain. Goodness! There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. I wonder if he showed it to her and fired that smoke grenade launcher in space for sure. And look, the details on the shop have been written down here too. Windybank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April. Which is today's date. But Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna call her a giant. I was just kind of hoping she would be closer to my height.
Take that!
Yes, what brought her to the shop in the first place is the info about Mrs. Strader. Quite so, my dear fellow, it would appear that the writing set on the reverse of the flyer. We're tying to a certain pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. I'm not 3 foot tall! You originally told us that you have merely given chase after Miss Lestrade after they stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It's the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today. By which I mean, here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. Shut up, Passel! So you waited outside a young girl matching the description you have written down to her right. Huh! And you have gone to some length to hide the reason for your pursuit of Mr. Straight. In other words, there's a ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched in your person, is an incontrovertible contradiction. But utter rod, I had this cane for years. The contradiction of which you speak, of course, is missing for... No. Why would it matter? Why would it matter? What's the rule? There's a metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruto. Ah, but that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Shons is right. It appears to be missing on his cane, but it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. The gentleman certainly did recall when Mr. Shons identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Is there funny writing here? Here. I'm gonna assume it's that. Look here, Mr. Sato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes! Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letter of the names. The Herlock Shons would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane obviously... Oh! AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Yeah, let's just go with that.
Take that!
I don't think it's a sword. Why would we wouldn't? Would be stupid. The contradiction of which you speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe that the initials are EB. In a most possessive manner, you have it in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? Senpai makes you unable to escape close intimate examination as long as someone is correcting himself. Exactly. No, you're wrong. The cane isn't. As you said before, that dude had the cane for years. So don't try to tell us what you just borrowed is from a friend of yours in the fun park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true nature. You recall, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recalling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding the riddle, you see. Let's get to the bare bones of what's happened here. Mr. Straight redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself as a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. We know that he actually identified Mr. Straight from a written description, which suggests that everything he's told us is untrue. What do we need to do here? Is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Alright, except for the handle, I mean... What else could it be? Oh, hi! You think that's relevant? It's gotta be. I'm not sure how that... It just tore. Yeah, it just tore when he moved, so I guess because it's not his size?
Take that!
Maybe? The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When so boldly light your name, so boldly waylight his pickpocket. Catalog of untruth that help in one very specific purpose. To steal the article that is a younger redeemed from the Windy Bank. Fucking got him!
fucking got him! Idiot! No, but what really irks me is the considerable crime I imagine has been considerably curtailed. So, to abscond with a redeemed item, how does he know the secret word? Like the safe word? Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the detail of the elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. It is that I, a gentleman, designed a Wheeze 2 film, filched some tawdry article of Punish. We forget that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword. Yeah, he does know the watchword. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place. How could I possibly have known the relevant details? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are the only one aware, Mr. Benedict. Oh yeah, don't tell me it's actually on the node. Let's consider how one might come to learn secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. But we've written a counselor and the yeah. The direction of the action must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, can't deny this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Winnipeg would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know the word, Mr. Winnipeg would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. But the question is, would this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? It's gotta be somewhere, like... Yeah, can we look at that? Don't tell me this has it in the open. Oh, that's Mr. Sato. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Winnipeg has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor! I like how slight delay makes it feel like the game actually has voice acting. Wait, what do you mean? I already tried to fix the delay. How bad is it? Mr. Winnipeg must make a note of the watchword as when it's given him, right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Tell me your online watchword. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whether a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered in the notelet and he has in hand. Yeah, the most secure one of all. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But so diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Liz. I like watchword more than password. I mean, I'm pretty sure watchword is just an old password. Yeah, like it's cool, good. No, like he followed her inside and then observed her talking to himself. And the diligent pawnbroker made a note of the watchword, as is common practice. He observed him writing "What Professor" on the note laid beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Mr. Straight. Master plan? Brings us to the last and final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such length to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you have very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. Yeah, let's switch it up real quick here. Yannika's way is talking about the overcoat in the music box.
Which, according to Mr. Windybank, isn't even worth a penny. And his men went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain to Mr. Naruto. Could we? Really? I mean, he was really, really, really horny for the music disc. Is there anything of... What do you mean? I can snap. I just can't whistle. Actually, I know one of our friends can do neither. I can snap.
母 XD
I can make great deductions. I can be like, aha, and if you reveal the backside of the music disc. There. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc leg. I can't whistle. It fucking sucks. I already tried. Many times. Even for Mr. McGilded. Ew. And the scribble word too. It looks like somebody's name. Hmm. Oh, Mr. McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. It is Mr. Naruto. A name I shall never forget. For as long as I live. Can't whistle either. My man! I'm glad I'm not alone with that. Name on this. Yeah. So what do we have here? Ta-da! I can do both, but everyone just says good for you. Yeah, good for you, bitch. Don't blame when you shit. Doesn't do jack shit, you piece of shit. And then it's like the Hey, all guys, like, of course they can whistle. Now, shut up. I know many people can. There's a breakdown. That's what we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads for Mr. McGilded. You want to whistle will just be born in mouth perfection. Shut up. Shut up. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances in the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. Yeah, whistlers, fuck off! So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that he had squeezed himself into. But how if Gina is 5'2" and McGill is like supposed to be really short? Why was it big on her, but like allegedly his size? Huh? So fucking Meg fucking had of you anti-whistlers? Shut up and like gotta know go whistle a song in your stupid I know people who can whistle corner. The fuck you do? He's still a man with man shoulders? Like, broader shoulders are not gonna like make him longer. I got to whistle. Shut up, Hans. Hey, go blow it, song. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason he came to this Bond Burger today. Ladies like my whistle. I hate it. Yeah, blow these nuts. Was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Fucking goddamn! I wonder if Gina and McGild are like somewhat related. Which would explain why he tried to defend her. And why he knows. Oh, then again, she wouldn't. Wait, she couldn't be as that. Wait, how fucking retarded is she? So you can't tell me that she tried to pawn away that fucking piece of shit disc with that note still attached to it. And you can't tell me that neither her nor the guy at the counter noticed that. Or they just not care? What? No! What do you mean nobody checks the other side?
Imagine your big, massive clue to the mystery being the fucking answers on the back of the evidence all the time. Welcome to Ace Attorney. Well, Mr. Magnus McGillet, not a man name expected to hear in these circumstances. Chance, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Uh-oh. Pray tell, Mr. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Interesting. You do a 360 rotation. If somebody hands me a disc, you can't bet I look like in my bare hands, a disc. Why would I not shake the other side? How would I not feel it? Are you kidding me? Well, today's 15 April, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15 February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. I'm not overanalyzing it. I'm still on basic level. No. Wait, who checks the other side of the disc? It's called B-side. Deposited at 10:30 p.m. I see. What? But I suggest. Yes, February. Exactly the day in which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening. Exactly the time in which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive, is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. Fucking got them. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must insist you end up with a music box disc now. It would be a rather terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? Really? What happens if not? Do I just get a game over? Do I just get a game over? No. You know what? No. No, fuck you. Fuck you. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. It may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Windybank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Are you actually Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson. Hector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. We got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Don't shoot or I'll shoot myself! Fucking idiot! Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was months away from providing my own life in my very own establishment. Ah, got him. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right? Well, I've got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? That's a way to make nearly met what's his end? Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole British, would end if I don't get the bottom of the case if I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Bear no detail, Gregson. Or Marge have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with your lawyer. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer too! Sir? Did he just... daddle? Did he just dance away? What's the point? Telephone, urgent use of police. I think she did. No. Never lumps it for the police station and sudden shots in London. But in this era? He literally dabbed past them. He did skedaddle. Try to be a little bit more comfortable. He dabbed away. He skedaddled. There's been a spate of theft and punches here around here recently, so we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters. For brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector. I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in the morning. Oh, yes. I'll be taking the whatever it is of McGill down to the yard. Thank you very much. We'll hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGill has to be taken the evidence now. Evidence? Can you please demand something as evidence, my dear fellow? We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so we handed Mr. McGill this over to the Inspector Rex, and were summarily turfed out of the shop and out of the street. Yo, Baker Street time, baby! Oh, to be continued. Yeah. Was this turned into a crime? I mean, apparently, if I'm understanding it right. From the sounds of it, it seems like there's still some McGilded-related trouble. Yeah. It was quite the case. Have fun with it. I'm excited to see. We must defeat Eggman. And I guess today will be a rather slow day too, because reading makes my head go brr. So I wonder how long this case is gonna be. It's not like I'm gonna. Don't worry, I'm not gonna like end stream right now. But I wonder. I haven't heard. I heard it's a very long case. It's gonna be a very, very long case. Oh boy. I guess I would just go to. I wonder if I should. At the very least, though, so I can eat breakfast. Very large, very large. Yeah, it might be another 9-hour stream, but I'm kind of considering taking a break now so I can get myself some drink and some food so I can be properly prepared, if you guys don't mind. But yeah. You know what? Let's aim for a 6-hour stream, but I'm still gonna take a break so I can be back at the 3-hour mark and then tackle the next 3 hours in full vigor. Does that sound good? Sound good? I hope so. Some donuts and yeah! Get me some as well. Oh, eat dipshit? Yeah. I will. Well, caramel dance time, baby!
Quickly making a funny tweet. Took a break and back now. Space exclamation mark. Really important. Really important. Gotta, gotta separate the hype from the facts here. Yeah, hot coffee is good. I got such good coffee here, actually. I have really good coffee here. The right combination, the right amount of everything. Let me just also get back to the here. It's definitely woke me up a little bit. I'm actually a little bit upset though. The food that I was making did not get done. So it's here, staring at me, making fun of me actually. But I will eat it next break, or I guess after the 6-hour mark. It's not too bad. I got the coffee and everything else, and some snickle. Parcel, buddy. Oh, Paul. Listen. I feel like from a rational viewer, being like rational and all, like, I should not treat viewers who give bids in any way mean. At the same time, you are a motherfucker and you just can't say that just because he gave a bid. I will not tolerate that under any circumstances. Fuck you. So let me just Okay. You think until you eat properly? No. How is that? What? You think saying the C word will make me eat? If anything, it makes me gag. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's not how it works. Haha, if I call the streamer cute, she will eat her breakfast in the middle of the stream, just like go crunch, crunch, munch, munch, crunch. And I will not be satisfied until I get that mukbang. Eat your grapes bad? No. But next time. It was in April Baker Street.
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
No! See? That's why I ate Gronos. All they do is speed up a pack of lies and then take stuff away from you. Pop you right in the gabber. Dude, I fucking wish. It's like one thing I really wish. I know. Okay, a little bit of a rant time. I know we're in the middle of gameplay, but hear me out. When I learn another language, and even though English is like my third language, it's by far not the only. Like, basically, I have like, the language that I grew up in the country, and then I moved countries at some point, and then I also decided to learn Russian and Korean because I'm really fucking dumb and decided, what if I don't learn these two? And well, Chinese literacy, but just, because I can read doesn't mean I can speak. But I also have no, not French. French? I said Russian and Korean. No French. No French in the slightest. Point being, there's one thing I take a lot of pride in is that I usually try to, at least at my best, learn a dialect-free version of each language. Like, I try to, maybe it's because my upbringing, even though I come from a cave, we had a little bit of, I guess what a fun bad fact for now that Switch just really, is the fact that bats actually have dialects too. And a dialect tells a lot where you come from, even in the same language. Like if you're from, let's say a bat from one part of the country will sound different from one or the other. Usually we tend to understand one another, but some are harder to understand. And it can tell a little bit about social standing. It's why it was very important to my parents, actually, to teach me the most pristine version, the most dialect and accent and whatever free. Yes, French bats exist and it's fucking disgusting. Point being, I basically try to not stick out, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work as good in English as it does for Batonese. Yes, there is a redneck accent in Bat Society. That's what I mean. My parents really didn't want me to sound like, like a redneck or whatever. So I did my best. I can speak the kind of Batonese that you would hear on a Bat television. Now, same went for when I decided to learn Korean or Russian or other languages. I always try to go for what is the most dialect-free version. I don't want to sound like some kind of country bumpkin or whatever.
Now. Now. English. Fuck that language. I hate it so much. It actually tilts me so fucking badly that I cannot seem to get a grasp on it in a way that, I mean, even like my thick ass accent aside, I just can't see, like, you know, I asked someone, hey, how do you pronounce that word? And it's just like, oh, you pronounce it like that or that, depending on where you come from, or like, I'm unsure, like, it's one of those languages where, wait, how do I say that? In most languages, if you read something, you know how to pronounce it immediately. Yes, I did say fuck English. Hate the language. Awful. English puts you in 50 degrees. That's how much it fucking tilts me. Yeah. Awful. Fuck. Yeah, of course. If I said fuck English in another language, you guys wouldn't understand me. Look at the quarter. It's 90 degrees. You know, but really, I still want to get better. The native English speak, I agree. It's just awful. Yeah. As Russian has a different how many in the world? Yeah, and you can still, if you know you can read it, you can still say it. Yeah, English can be kind of quirky and random at times. That's my professional language knower opinion of it. There's only one way to speak English, and that's the way I speak. Sure. All English are awful, but at least English is mostly sane. What do you mean mostly sane? Are you dumb? What do you mean mostly sane? It is inconsistent. It is a handicapped language. It works as a bridge language, but holy shit, man, why not like it? Awful. Awful. Smelly language. Anyway, let me continue reading the English variation of insane until it isn't. Yeah. It's English based on German. I mean, it's not just based on German, is it? Guys take also a lot from French and others. Of course. Oh really, Miss Lodade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, but do you let me keep it after I looked at it for long enough? He went through the pockets and then said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scrape her. Then it's weird when I started watching meteorites, like, no. Ah, come on. It's a mix of Latin, Anglo-Saxon, German, Dutch, and the fucking French. It's, yeah, disgusting. That's exactly what I said. I mean, Latin is kind of base, but, German base, French invade, so fancy words from France. Same from Saxon invasion. Oh, it's... Always paying off giving people a look like you ate them. You can't help feeling like it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was a nice shiny disc mind. And the music box disc. But Mr. Windybank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare. Yeah, thank you all so much for the bits. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windybanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windybank. But it is mine. I had the ticket for his coat and I was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. What did Rotten Co said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. He's really pushing her luck. And you be Sparky, what's the nub? It's straight, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day, and... Oh, you be, thanks for the follow. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Shams. It's just been overrun with hunts. Yeah. What are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook. Oh no, wait, do I have to speak Iris again? I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. I mean, I'm awake now. Do I give Iris her usual, like, you know, higher pitch voice, like, you know, her... Oh, hello there, Mr. Shams! Or do I just really continue the crimble?
Hello there, Mr. Shams.
You know? Which shall it be? Which shall it be? My ears. I am so sorry. No, it's, oh. Go deep, okay. What would I have come around to apply it, say? Have you lost your mind or something?
I mean, yeah, she's been there before. Why not? Oh dear, he's gone. Having reviled me quite unsettling, and my dad. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for a potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. How exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later then. Alright. I wonder if there's anything to examine here, but it doesn't seem to be. You know what? I'm already running out of time. I'm pretty sure if it's relevant, we're gonna get that later. But now let's go back here. Now as a kid, isn't that child labor? Well, she's a really smart child and she chooses to. In April, 3:46 p.m. Besides, we didn't have child labor laws back in the day, so who's gonna complain? If she's fine with it. You know, like, stop talking.
Oh, Susie and Rono, come on. Come in.
Good night. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning.
Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Please don't have a lot of dialogue. Busy as always.
I am. Bringing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. Hey, you'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh, only 60 bad coin from Baron. Let's go! You get saddled by the deep voice every single time. I'm sorry. Oh dear, is it awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it?
It's Jenny. It's been exciting.
Oh, what a surprise! Yes, it's wonderful news. Iris seems overjoyed at the idea.
Can't wait to learn some pickpocketing flips from a real professional.
Oh yes, now that sounds like fun. I'm not sure when you that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Nadono? By the way, Iris sounds up to. Oh yeah, what is he up to? Hurley? Oh.
Really? Oh, it's been like that ever since he got back.
Hello, Mr. Shams! The fact that you won't speak to me. Why is he depressed again? I know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see. How many hamburgers could I make Apollo eat? Wanna find out? Wanna find out? And you heard what you said about him? Oh no. Don't make me feel sad! Or like bad. The Shams and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. And to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are.
What's the matter, Rono? Why such a funny look on your face?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why did this girl live here with Mr. Shams? Wondering, am I alright?
How did you...
Oh, Rono, I can't read you like a book.
This girl is dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything, I won't mind.
Alright. I would rather... I think I should... So, by Ginny, do you mean Mr. Straight, the young woman from the McGilla case a month ago, right? Yes! Who else saw my experimental smoke grenade launcher? Although, after the trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're best of friends. What a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her in the street, she runs away as fast as she can. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship you got there. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. I
are many beautiful colors in the world. Jenny wants to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let this straight keep a grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same when I should... Hurley? Oh, I can't wait for Jenny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. She does, actually. Okay, so what's living with Schultz? I'm sure you've been wondering, why is it that I live here, Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where your real parents. What do you mean? Of course. My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. Around the time father... Hell, he had to go far away land because of one of those cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. Oh, so about your father. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together. Mentioned it before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's when he metal chests were there. Really? He recorded them all. So, you mean it's true? The Shams. But he did have a partner when we tackled the most taxing cases. Oh yes! I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? But Sean's partner was your father. Exactly! Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look into the chest. That only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up and found your mother's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley who wrote these. He nearly fell off the chair. But then he told me when I found out that he, out of all his accounts, was my father. But his father was Mr. Sean's partner. So, what was his last name? Haha. Yeah, he died in the first case. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock. And Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, he mustn't. I wonder why Mr. Sean chose to you at such a young age. Hurley said it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Hell, having lived with Hurley all these years, he might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. It's something they can't just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. What inspired me to write The Adventures of Hurley, actually. And I always assumed Mr. Sean simply told you all these thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything as soon as he solved the case. It all but vanishes from his mind. I see. Today it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. Well, the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. Didn't say that again. Hey, you found a surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diary that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. And that prompted me to study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Where does it land? A doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Haha, oopsie doopsie. Court will now hear the trial of Yonosuke Naruto. Hey, Iris, wanna hear the funny story of how I got accused of having killed your father when it was somebody else? I thought it was funny. By the way, the woman responsible for it, she was just allowed to, like, be free now. It's kind of funny how that all happened. Wanna write about it? You know? So you can hear about it again later. Kind of funny if you think about it. How do you state before the court the name of the victim in the case? The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at BRUMA University.
And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan.
Hey, isn't it funny they could have met your father by now if he didn't die? Like 2 months ago? 3. Happens.
Mr. Sato.
Yes.
Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any longer. I think that would be for the best.
My dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Shams!
Why ever did you not make the presence known to me before?
Huh? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been here most of the day. What did I miss on the goofy lightheaded lawyer game? Little girl told us that she lost her parents and she's kind of missing the information that her father could have still been alive were it not for case 1.
Goodness, really? You tell me, Mr. Shams, is your violin unscathed?
Yeah, he looks very different with his head. It's my violin. What are you talking about, my dear madam?
Oh,
Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. It's the one Gregson demanded we handed over as evidence. Mr. McGill did this?
Are you an insane?
Yo! Fawn raid, hi! Yo, what's in the Thank you so much for the raid.
Oh my.
Well then, what is it doing here?
Eat your hamburgers.
You know, at times with an Arodo, I think that there are even unknown turn for detection. Anyway, thank you! I really hope your stream has been going well.
I may well win more out of the lesson.
Oh. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting! I'd be your pickpocketing assistant, and Rona could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes! I'd be delighted. I'm going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so the music boxes. What's up with that?
I don't understand. How did the disc come to your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back at Scotland Yard.
Right, correct.
And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
Chocolate.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Shams. And oh, let me draw on real quick, alright. Give me a sec.
Wow. Oh. No one is welcome in bad stains. Fish, you just not say that I told you to shut up earlier.
An only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated this.
Was chocolate invented by them?
I don't know. Actually...
okay. Well, chocolate was invented in... wait. The creation of the first modern chocolate bar is credited to Joseph Fry, who in 1847 discovered that he could make a moldable chocolate paste by adding another... And by 1868, a little company called Cadbury was making... Oh. And that's when it came to England. Yo, Oil Baron, let's go. If we could have a moderator given that role, that would be great. What year? Wait. Great Ace Attorney year. No, not release game year with the game. Fucking. 1818? Am I correct? Is the correct year? Year set. Yeah. I want an exact timeline. I want an exact time. I know there is one on the wiki actually. Yeah. Great Ace Attorney to okay. I'm not talking about birth. I'm talking about. Yeah. But like he has it in bar form, right? Like, he has a little, like, caramel bar. When is the chocolate remaster coming out? Oh no. You know, I can't seem to get specific years here. I guess? I was assuming it was both, but yeah. I thought it was like... Oh well, I'll let it slide. I'll be taking up whatever it is of McGill down to the yard. Thank you very much. Turn it over. Oh, yes, of course. The police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. Oh, 1654 caramel. Ah, okay, good to know. All yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand. Did I not? Yes, you did, but I don't understand. It was at precisely that moment when I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. Ah! Amazing! And all the minuscule protrusions have made an image of the caramel. Indeed, the caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitable soft for making impressions and but resistant to melting. Result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these in one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will and never bother high circumvention. Yes, it sounds illegal. In the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to what manner of music would issue this when played. Yeah, dope key trick, but like with caramel. Interesting. To tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does it display? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. Idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. I guess he needs the right player? Goodness, you don't know, Ronald? Yeah, what if this has a B-side? Inside the music box, there's a special metal piece called Calm. That's where I'll produce a song. Well, fuck off. You think I speak English? You think I know how to pronounce that word? Small protuberances plug into the different teeth of a gum and rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. Fuck! But over time, a new type of player was produced, which is this such as these. Protuberance? Okay. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Hi, exactly. So this are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate and play different tunes. There are many great firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with a very insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of the firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to the problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Yo, Akami! Hi! What's a knob? I see, so that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, no avail. Yeah, it almost sounds like your violin playing. Oh, viola. Whistle were equally unsatisfactory as in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Oh, yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case... You're free! Let's go! I shall just have you ask him to vacate the attic room. What? And about Magnus McGilded, what's up with that?
Magnus McGilded, not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Yeah, welcome back from your 1,000-year slumber. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. Of the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGill's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case.
Isn't omnibus a manga thing? What do you mean?
The murder of the brickmaker, Mr.
Thrice-fired Mason.
In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery, and I hate having to see Lady Fur's fucking face again. I have no idea what really happened that night.
And no, stop saying it's a vampire. I'm telling you right now, hot vampire man did nothing wrong. Because, you know, guess what? In the case afterwards, where we had him as prosecutor, he actually helped our side by the end. When he realized what was actually going on. I don't think he's like the kind of Manfred von Karma type where he's just like forever, ever upset if he ever gets proven wrong. I don't think so. I don't know. I would like to believe that Edgeworth too is actually a good guy. Yeah, misunderstood, yeah.
Although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not.
Estimation my head, don't sin for Venseeks even if he is hot and cool. Listen, he also has a good attitude. And stop. Yeah, he's like Edgeworth. He values truth above all else. Exactly. It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Alright, what else do we have here?
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Kenny will be here before long. And Smish. Stop! I'm trying to tone my simping down and you just make it worse.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let us be a lesson to you, Mr. Shons. Never leave anything too precious in here with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybank said before. Hi, Marina, what's up? You gaming? He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Oh, she really wants to read it.
Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sean's latest tale of otherworldly mysteries lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
We heard about it, did you? I expect you were as in as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such wonderful story languishing Mr. Windybank's storeroom, gathering dust. All the characters on these are so great. Did you play Great Ace Attorney or at least the main ones?
My dear ma'am, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? What about was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from you now.
Yo, you played all of the S ones nicer. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that basketball story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it.
Oh? Oh?
Yeah? You fucked it up.
What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles? But how could you know the full title? Well, that's...
Because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Shons, of course. Patrono, The Heart of the Baskervilles. It's never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I understand. Uh-oh. So he said he'd keep it safe until it was the right moment for the story to make public, you see? Wait, the manuscript is it? And yet, how could Susie know, the title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? What is it, Mr. Jones? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lutine. What's the bad idea? I knew it went welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Mr. Stride. I've been eagerly waiting for your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? She looks like she's about to cry. Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. I'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie, or I'll shoot you. And you will explain me whilst you're making the dinner. Where the fuck did you get that manuscript from? And Blink the Meteorite, thanks for the follow. Alright, of course. A pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't sit and don't wait, my dear girl. Come along in. What's some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Well, some it is then. There it is! Like a hi! I mean, it's a horrifying creature. Who let the cat in? we should dispose of it, lest I'm not one to threaten anything, but I don't wanna feel forced on such a horrible beast to reach out my hand and now give it some in the kitchen. That would be utmost bad. We should tell it to get out right now. Right now. I was prepared as a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholm's violent performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Hey, I'm glad you like fruit bats. Yeah, of course. I want to hold this little cat to dispose it of, just so it cannot be a bother. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. I'm glad they're having fun. 15th April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's legal. It was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Aya's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes and Valentine now. Best of all, I bet I could see the glass from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Yeah. Should the cat choose to rest upon my lap, just know that I would probably be too scared to move and definitely not enjoy that. Again, definitely prevent that before it's happening. I do not wish to be anywhere near those fearsome beasts that have no love. It made big eyes that look when I'm. Naruto-san, could I consult you about something? I wonder. What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah, the one that arrived first thing in the morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Lord Chief Justice? Him? Tomorrow morning. What? Then you have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruto-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? Uh-oh. I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. That's all this about. Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh? Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Ginny. And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. Eh? You know, I've learned so much today. Particular. All the things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I'm awakening a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Hey, what? That's mine! Hi, how did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. I'd forgotten. I was literally a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. I don't really understand why you wear it, though. Thank you. Alright then, good night! Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I would fancy the chance of my lawyers wouldn't live a place like that. Yes, me too! It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose he probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. The way she stands there like, I will not move until I get answers. Alright. So about the manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time. Please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I didn't know what it was about, really. But it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it. Not exactly a story that I made up. Something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh?
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
You look like Italian. Are you okay? Wait, why? I mean, sure, I have those, like, eye bags, but, I've had them for well over a decade. Like, actually much longer. Thinking back, how long did I have them? Like, it's definitely not a thing that just happened overnight. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. Yeah, bad. And? Eye bags are actually not natural for bats. No. Bats actually sleep like up to 20 hours a day. Why would bats have eye bags? And that's a really weird stereotypes you guys have. I know why nocturnal creatures are being associated with lack of sleep when we actually get more. Why would it be makeup? I don't know. Listen, I was talking to, and God forgive me for having said that word, before, and he mentioned the word mascara, and I fucking looked at her. It just went, the mascara. And I've been laughed at really fucking hard. Yeah, I don't know jack shit about that. At all. And then he would add laces of every single case down, as you see, in his diaries. So I studied them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, Where's the old man now then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone for a very long time. I've never really met him. Oh, let me curse again after I didn't... Did I have a no cursing to begin with? Yeah, mascara, what Monza and Monza is that? That's... That's exactly how I feel about it. Come think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Yeah, let's ask the homeless, pocket thief about her parents. What could possibly go wrong? You have to curse now. I don't think so. Alright, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. After I'd written it and showed it in Mascot to Hurley. He turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But the story must not be published at this time. Under any circumstances. But why not? One of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Alright then. I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything at once. And one day, Iris, when the time is right. It can't be the story of how he died, though. And that's how the manuscript came to be what Mr. Windybank, isn't it? Yes. Harry said it had to be someone very safe. That really gets me, girl, does it? Treating like a child. It's Wayne, that's what it is. Keeping secret like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? He said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it. I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too, yeah. A lot to trust him for your own good. But he can't pull a wool over my eyes. Tom's is lying to you, Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Harley's lying to me? Alright, hold on. Let us examine the... Wait, not talk to... Oh, can I not talk to her? Oh, I can. Here. Come on, come here. What's wrong with you? Let's talk about your probably dead parents. I feel that I don't know anything about your parents, you know. I ain't got any... Have I? Never did I have. Look, East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our mums. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. Why, you're a pickpocket. Nah. Diamond's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I don't think about it sometimes. What I'd be to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything alright. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like every parent just ain't always easy either. Oh! I mean, if you know you'd never had them, you don't feel like you always wanted to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy. How much? Why does... Now let's talk about Sholmes' lie. You know, what do you mean when you said you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he bought the manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a lot of rubbish. What's my hot take on orphans? My hot take on orphans is that I want them to have a nice family that treats them really well. My very hot take. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. That's a story. It was really an old Windybank's storeroom. There's no way someone from elsewhere around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Yes, I did see the Daruma. The Daruma was actually already discussed in the second or third case. Where he was like... Oh, wait, no, I know why. Because he was making fun of... Was it... the guy from the last case for having brought a cat, and then, you know... so that it was like, wait, didn't you bring a Daruma? No? Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Riley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ah! Grown-ups do a lot of worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lies, a lot of them. Just ain't realized it yet. Yeah, exactly. I want to get rid of orphans. Fucking hate them. And I want to get rid of them by just having them be adopted. I'm telling you, the mental script ain't that Winnie Banks. You'd see if you had a look. You think you can trust them. I don't. That Sean's is a liar like the rest of them. I'm honest. I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth, sometimes. See? But I don't mean I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. And up 10,000 orphans to start your own army, yeah! Even though it's wrong for me to doubt him. Be too hard on yourself, Iris. Yeah, what's up with that? Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come along, Jenny, we should get back downstairs. Alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gino. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Alright, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. That's a funny button here. We think it's time to turn for the night too, not Oda-san? You know, there's a couple in the USA who adopted over 100 kids, ranging all ages. Are you kidding me? Dr. H. Wilson, I was his father, but also the name of the murdered living professor to humanity. Can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Uh-oh. Please don't. Please tell me they're gonna be safe, right? 10,000 orphans who watch my YouTube videos to use the AdSense to feed them. Watch my COD MLG compilations or... Oh no! It's an Oro. Boys. Mr. Shams. Uh-oh. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Miss Lister, she's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris' room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She's probably decided to go home. No? I think not. When speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the young girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for an hour now. Oh, an hour? Oh. You'll indulge me. Look out of the window, my dear fellow. What about? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Why is the light on at this time of night? I missed that Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. Oh no. Is she checking if it's there? It's simple. If that story was it was really an old Windy Bank storeroom. There's no way someone from Alpha around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Uh-oh. Gina. It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. Oh, no. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate at once. Is that a... Oh, oops. Wrong voice. 16 April, 1:14 a.m. Baker Street. Door to Winterbox. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gino, mustn't it? Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. Come. There's not a moment to lose. Please, something's afoot inside. Please be safe, please be safe, please be safe, please be safe, please be safe. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Ah, Mr. Shams! Mr. Shams! What the? Someone's been shot? Eat me, Mr. Naruto. After them, go! Right. I don't like this. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello, whatever you hear. The alarm was just raised when they were pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me! It's my friend, Mr. Schultz! He's been shot! Shot? Policeman close behind me. I ran back to Windy Banks. Uh-oh. Thinky. No.
Mr. Jones!
Mr. Naruto.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
No.
It's Gina!
I don't like this. I really, really don't like this. Fuck. I am not a big fan of anything that just happened. Yep, it's time we actually start, eh? Okay, he's right. You'll be alright, Miss Naruto. After them, go! Behind that door, in the storeroom. Hurry! He doesn't look shot. Oh wait, no, why is she holding the gun? Oh, come on. Why did he get shot before he could shoot himself? In that moment, Wendy Banks' pawnbroker became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn, before I was allowed back into my lodgings at 2021B. They're gonna try to frame her for it, ain't they? Oh, fuck! 8th April, 6:21 a.m. Naruto's legal consultant. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all I said was, wait at home. Oh yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Charlie and Gina were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened to her? Oh, Iris, he's trembling. He's obviously trying very hard to not let herself get too worried. I explained everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I don't want to tell her that... Fuck. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Winniebank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning.
Oh, yes. I had a feeling.
You did?
I saw those police carriages pulling up outside the shop. So I knew something must have happened there.
When we entered Winniebank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of two things. They ran... Wait. Did I read that right? Two thugs, not things. Okay. They ran out of the street and chased after them, but they got away.
It was one of them who shot old Winniebank, I suppose.
I don't know, but not what the police believe at the moment.
Why not?
They've arrested someone else as a prime suspect. Tina.
Ginny? Why?
Well, the thing is...
No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know. None of us think she did it.
And why have they arrested her?
Sorry. There was nothing I could do.
Well, let me tell you about Shelmsworth. So where's Hurley then? He's still out there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. Not good for him to miss meals.
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Shelms. He was taken to hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet.
Hurley? A shot? No. Oh.
Alright, his life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
Thanks. They're attending to him there.
I must see him at once.
Iris, you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They are preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
To the injured Shelms then. It was two thugs who were in Mr. Winniebank's shower. They shot Mr. Shelms when we disturbed them, you see. Was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze.
After them, go!
After that, I ran into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. My fault. I let them get away.
That's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you'd see which way they went and chased after them. I might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't hear. I couldn't bear it. Where's Susie, Bruno?
He's still at the police station.
Why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished there for a while.
Aren't you then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. The Mrs. Blue stayed behind the scene to tend to Mr. Shelms, so they didn't get started until later.
I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. Let me in,
You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I understand why they arrested Jenny. It's not fair. Some of the two thugs who were in the scene. Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, the Shelms isn't dead, Iris. That's so horrible.
thing is, Mr. Winniebank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storm door was locked from the inside.
I see.
He wasn't alone in these. Ginny was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no!
And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards.
Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room.
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
The only explanation.
Yes, the only explanation indeed.
What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well?
What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. Not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I didn't want to leave her alone either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me? Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Jones is probably in the hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Be ready for action. I imagine I would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Alright. He is not the main character though. He is a side character. He is one of the primary characters, but that didn't stop. You know who else was a main character? Mia Fey. Wanna ask how she's doing? It hurts, bros. Feeling like pure shit, I just want her back. Alright. I guess we can just enter there? Yeah. Oh wait. Or prison. Where do we go first? Let's embarrass Scotland Yard again. Let's go. And what about Kazuma? Oh yeah, Kazuma was also a main character. Wanna ask how he's doing? Well, time to go to prison. 16th April, local prison, cell 13. Hello, Gina. Wait, she gets to keep it? Hold on. Stop. I did nothing. Oh, you still have a grain launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Jenny. I have a feeling it's because of us that we've ended up in hot trouble. We were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. Alright, get lost. Don't be like that, Jenny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I know you wouldn't. Think you know me? Well, the other one. Who? You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw my chance, I'd sneak into the pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. Jenny! I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cop came by the boat, said he'd be a lawyer for me. It was like, said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. Couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried. You being like this, Jenny. Come on, I'm pretty sure we can talk about legal presentation here. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender that way? He wanted me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's not gonna be rigged anyway. The whole trial. They pinned it to me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me. Growing up in the back slums my whole life. If you do the grown-ups tell you, I'll get your mates dragged up by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen before me and all. Being sold on the early snapped me on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. You know, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it! Jenny! Don't you trust her, no? Nah, I don't. Come on, he's not a grown-up. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. So what happened? Haha. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd probably me. So I broke into a place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me. You know the rest. But why, Jenny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say could make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Shinny. I will believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. Can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to lies, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Well, when I talk about them? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? To tell us of these unforgivable lies you've told. Maybe we can help. Sorry. We are out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Jenny, please! Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. A cat! What a great print. Really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this code. Ain't no point in me having it. The other guy was clearly after it, so it's probably gonna be very important later on. A photograph like that was sitting in the pocket of an overcoat. Okay, but I don't have it yet. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye! Oh, Jenny! Ah, there we go. I want to take a gander at the thingy. It's not gonna be... I know this game by now. And there's gotta be a reason why that JoJo fan was like really after it. On the back of the print here, there's something written on it. That is February 9 p.m. Article disposed 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th April 9 p.m. This photographic print is a redemption ticket. This February? It could be significant. Was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box. Doesn't tell us much about it, doesn't it? Rona, if Mr. McGill is still at the ticket, but he never redeemed the article. Do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. Something Mr. McGill disposed. We need to investigate. Me, very smart. I've played an Ace Attorney game before. Yes. I want to see what they have to say about the kitty. An adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Vagahai. I always thought the cats like to curl up inside on the heated cuddle blanket when it snowed. Hey, British cats are different. Alright. I guess as far as it goes. So I guess it's gotta move on. She's not gonna talk to me. Nah, I would never have a little kitty. Never ever. Sounds like the character even. Oh, let me just scratch here real quick. 16th April, Senator's Hospital, War 3. Harley! What does it say? He's not here! No, that's strange. Nurse definitely said he was in bed by the window, didn't she? I know what's probably happened. Charlie was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad. After all, so he's been sent home. Sure about that. Baby or not. It's no question it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholm suffered. Oh. Hello, what have we here? What is off limits? No visiting. What are you doing here, eh? Hell, how do you know? We're Hurley's next of kin. Hey, oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? Oh, you see us? Sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you say. Anesthetic, that is... I have heard the report. The gentleman claims he may have had a little too much drink last night. Coffee, that is. Huh? Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Poor Hurley. Fuck. Okay. Can I at least see what's here? I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything. Oh. Did I... No? Why can I look at the bed, but not at the funny text? So far, not a single of my hospital trips, which I might admit have been a little bit too many, have ever been disrupted by coffee. Must be Mr. Sean's bed. Hurley. I know, it looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep, face down on the floor, completely dead on the world. I can't believe I discovered something like that. Yeah, no, how much coffee do you need in your system to conduct anesthetics? Then again, keep in mind what year this game is from. Maybe medicine just simply wasn't as developed as it is now. No, it's something... Nothing really stands out, like... At least nothing that I can touch. Unless you want to... I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? I have never seen crutches before. Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one on each arm, you see? Alright. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? But maybe fighter had been injured in battle con have been brought here along as weapon. Yeah, it's quite the fantasy. That's surprisingly plausible. Okay, the weapon is a little bit primitive, but not too much. Interesting. Well. But what do we do now? I guess we can just go to, wait, how do I, nope, wrong button, wrong button. I guess, with the cat thingy, we can just, can we enter, I think it's still off limits by the police. I think it should be fine. 16th April, Windy Banks, Pawnbroker. Oh shit, they're mad at work here. And I'm supposed to just not be disturbed by them. What happened then last night? That's right. The thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of disturbance. Oh, you're right about that, I actually... In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. I heard that! Oh, Inspector. Good morning. First, I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was to start delays. Shame we let the two rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra men to the volunteer, Graxy. Now look at what's happened. Nobody's been injured here because there weren't enough police on duty. Your ladyship. No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are attending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runa's fault for the rogues managed to get away, is it? Hazing criminals in the police job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in the black is totally blameless. Everyone in agreement about that. You believe it? Like a completely different parts from Iris. Talk about personality changes. A little bit more. Oh. Oops. Well, seems like I froze up. Ah! Well, how long? Hopefully that long. Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Graxy? I have some of my special herbal tea of me, if you'd like some. Lovely. Thank you very much. That really is a spot, your ladyship. I didn't recognize him like this. He's like a lap dog. Alright, let's have a conversation here and see what we can find out. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple cases. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. We'll be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definite evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. I see. You already captured the pair of thugs who broke in the last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them in the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me to never try to keep a secret from Iris. You've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. Oh. Textbook! What? I'm sorry. Wait, I'm being held apart. It's great. She hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. What about here? And don't say basic logic. The fact that they are as witnesses. And I don't know, at first when I read that I assumed it was my wings, but no, then I assumed, wait, no, it's text box, not wings. I'm kinda used to just being me being the one who blocks shit here. Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information, but on guard matters are more strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, not visiting at all. Oh. I've already been there. Well, I've missed an artery in his midrib. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh, shit. Oh, no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage must make the Sholmes pipe down. The Sholmes like a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, let's he's having an emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course... Oh yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die early. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. So, about her ladyship. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Honest, Sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. What's your thoughts, Sonny? I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. Hey, he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh. Rub up in them, you don't I, Inspector Tobias Gregson? Oh, well yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley. What did you write about in the Inspector, Iris? Well, I don't remember, really. Was our Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. It's how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know how that one, what that one line did for me, huh? Very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone in the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it takes was a one bad word from you and Sholmes could change the tune about me. Correction? No. The great detective will say, he's getting quite overrated these days. Think about what happened with my salary that came out into print, eh? The whole thing gives me the what. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. That would never happen, Grexy. Every month a new romance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Lovely, thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. E-total. Yeah, Sholmes can cancel him at will. Or, I guess Iris, rather. Oh yeah, there's something I'm supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruto. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it till now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Well, let's see what it's all about. Imagine fearing a child because they could tank your career, right? And it's all like some dumbass kid who just writes dumb articles. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your assistant. And yes, Susie, she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstogs took her in the locked carriage after we finished questioning her. But as she asked us to tell you, she didn't have the fare for the return journey and go what we did there. She's got a nerve, using Scotland Yard's blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go and see the Lord Chief Justice? He didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her right away. Alright, let's get moving. Wait, what about the... I don't think it's gonna change anything, but, can we present that one? Inspector Gregson, can you give me your opinion about this, do you think? Nope, we don't tend to share sunshine, not with the general public. In that case, Gregson, how about some herbal tea? Oh, fuck off! The box still has to be here, and what if it's relevant? Maybe I should... Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney, and I have to wait. Alright, yeah, enjoy your fucking tea. Piece of fuck. Alright, let's get moving. To... There. 16th April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Yes, no matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. And do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at the suit of armor over there. You can't take it seriously, can you? Maybe he thinks the same about you. Everything is clear to regard tomorrow's arrangement, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Sun and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in your preparation for your return to your homeland. What? Wait, you just say? You return to your homeland? To the sun! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What's all that about? Also, it's funny that it said the O and before the text appeared even for me. I'm that good. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this about? Why are you talking about Mr. Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? What about Jenny's trial? You mean he's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Hey, hello. And I have context? Mr. Sato, what's all this about? Please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? My father is fallen ill. Oh no! Mikotoba. Oh fuck, he was a good lad. No! If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Leonos Gennaro, I believe. Yes, that's right. Because the Supreme Court is also, like, funny clock tower building. And Canelo, what's in up? My name is Eugene Mikitoba. I'm a professor at forensic medicine at Yuma University. No, I hope he's fine. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the great news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. Cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker by the day. I don't believe it. As you're aware, the voyage from here to your capital's country takes about 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Dutton's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. Can't believe it's happening. And what about the trial where we could really need you, you know? Tina has been charged? You'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date for the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? You know? That's right, girl, and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. In order to transcribe this case, the pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in panic. No, the yard is overstretched as God's wasting time on an open and shut cases. Not wasting time! Shinny would never do something like that! Miss Naruto? Yes, Longsword? In deference of your fine service to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now! Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruth. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? I know! Big guy fucking Lord Strongheart is probably gonna be either the bad guy in the first game or the second game. I cannot see him not getting this one a big bad. Wait, the Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. I was just a bitch, but a good guy. That would be very uncharacteristic of these games. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is? It's Miss Lestrad's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry. Girl currently has no representation. What? That's not fair! She may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those poor representation with public defender. The accused needs only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Would she do that? A question you would do well to direct to Miss Lestrade. You'll find her in a local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. Do I really need to go back? What a day. Not charged with murder, it's the son about to leave. Sholmes got shot. You know. Mr. Naruto, Iris, you must make haste. Susie! You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? Mr. Naruto, traditional assistant, my personal circumstances are no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. A very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I would like to visit her before I leave. I'm pretty sure I did things out of order, didn't I? Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go! If I'm honest, it's completely throwing me off. I just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Alright. Well, let's go to prison, baby!
Alright, you little bitch. 16th April, local prison, cell 13. Ah! Hello again, Gina. You know, it was written so you could go any path, but at the same time, it sounds clunky when you play them. What are you lot here for now? One of the grenade launchers shoved in your face yet again, obviously. Oh, I think I need to improve the way where you load ammunition to the thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Okay. Oh, it's funny. She's giving me the dialogue, like the ending dialogue, because I've already seen everything else. Might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. I don't think she was allowed to have that in prison. She just did it. What? I'm sorry to say, I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? I must begin my journey back home, Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I had the pleasure to meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a, parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Lizzie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruto believe in you to be innocent, Gina. They put all their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Ah, guilt trip that hoe. What? It's my fault? Yes, I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they deserve. They invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. To prove it, by admitting one of your own untruth. Oh, what you said before, Ginny. Something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruto and Iris the truth now. This is my last request before I leave. My last request is judicial assist. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they are obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with that happened 2 months ago? Something about the trial? Did you put the fire? I don't think so. Good enough. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. The case of that mysterious murder took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what it's all about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will they tell us about it now? Well, time to find out. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shot me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of lie did you tell? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Uh-oh. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing and then I heard a loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGill discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by. When I looked at my aunt's, I had a corpse blood all over him. I was so scared. I couldn't even speak. I had his blood on your hand. In other words, it was Gina that witnessed the roof deck. So that is kind of... And Mr. McGill started asking me questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding on the seat. Yeah, you did. Only... not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened by
Wow. He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. And what he was gonna do after the car was found dead. Watch check, alright. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. And if I did that, he said he would let me scar before the coppers showed up. Not too bad. You must tell me what you swore, what he swore to you, what you saw, what you heard, everything. That old fool's dead, so might as well. So what you saw? You said Mr. Gill made you swear to not tell anyone what you saw. But you were on the pitch black compartment on the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGill sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true. God. It was then when I heard the thud of it on the floor. I heard a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. Gill heard it and dragged me out of it by my arm. And that's when I saw it. On the floor next to the old geezer's room, where I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. Oh! Disc? What do you mean? Yeah, that's it. The one with, took me to the windy bags. The music box that was there, on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long, McGill spotted it straight away. He picked up Smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. That disc. On the omnibus 2 months ago, at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the box trader told me I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. And what did you hear? That was so relevant. Because it was so dark in the seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGill getting on board. Nah, not only him. Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it seemed like it was Mr. McGill and the victim. Mr. Rice fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGill claimed he slept during the carriage ride. Whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with his tiredness and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, it weren't exactly true. Neither of them were asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the voices and the wheels was so loud. That tells us something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other. I mean, yeah. Like, he kinda... Mr. Thrice fired Mason kinda owed McGill quite some money. But McGill was lying as they suspected. And after the event? I knew it wasn't gonna take the long before someone raised the alarm about the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. When the cab came to a stop, McGill told me to hide back on the seat again. I climbed in and waited. 2 coppers, I quit from a bit. Ran off to get the coppers. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGill asked the driver to do him a favor. Favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Interesting, that's how it got there. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windybanks. Coachy snapped up the money and ran up to Papa's coat as fast as he could. But then there was no one left in the carriage. McGill opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. Hey. So what were his conditions? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling us all, not for anything. But what I saw and what I heard, and there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. That's the most important thing, he said. And yo! Next little hi, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome to Green Grape Gang. I'm off to sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? Yeah, sent to go puppy weasel. Yeah. Means take my overcard to deposit with the pawnbroker's earbuds. And I want you, Lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. You understand? What? You want me to have a ticket? That's right. Now come fetch it from you later. Something within the next 2 months. Get trying on it till now. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alrighty then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you have to go to the pawn shop, Windy Bank so it is, and you have to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited. Any old fiend could buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Yeah, green grapes are great, right? Or do we have anyone here in chat who prefers purple ones? I hope not. Do we extend each other last? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, I'll be visited by the police, and I have no doubt. Coppers! I come asking you to take the stand of court. Testify as a witness. Let's have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it you might want? Purple is bad? It's not, though. Greens are much better. What? There's pour sugar in your face? That's not true. It's a lot of like really nice and sour green grapes. I'm not talking like, you know, sort of like stuffing like, I don't know, cut candy in your face. After going over it all, I fight it. But as far from there as I could. Gave the pawnbroker's ticket and some bushes newly seen. I went to fetch it the next day, got it in the dark. Matilda planted and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. All fruit is pretty good. Some fruit is not. But most of them. How is green just crunchy jello? What kind of fruit, what kind of grapes do they serve in your country? And y'all looking for a storage? Nothing new. Nice to see you. Oh, fuck my spine. Oh, I felt that. You ever just like have your spine pop in a way that you just feel in your back? And 400 pounds, let's go! I bet you're ready to string me up. I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. Dream celebration when? Oh, trust me. Because I kinda am about to reach several miles. I mean, we kind of reached 400 well, pops, but also not to be like not to like, I don't know, write my own dick too hard. But I feel like we're getting kind of awfully close to 8K followers, which is still insane to me, by the way. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is up with that? So I thought next week, Saturday, we'll have a very shitposty celebration stream. It's not going to be something too big, but it's going to be very great. I already told about it on the funny Discord, and if you'd missed it, you'll see when I announce it on Sunday. It's going to be awful. Next week, Saturday, is going to be very awful. Osteopathy vertebrae. Yeah! Oh, that's it's awful and great at the same time. I think we just got 300, right? I don't know. The like pops are insane. I'm on Fortnite for the like. Fortnite was for my birthday, not for the hat. And taco, buddy. I still suffer PTSD. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, please. Thing is, he said he would make it so he couldn't live in the East End anymore. That's what he threatened me with. Oh, what a wicked man! He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking for each other, getting by together. No, I never got raided by her. So you mean Mr. McKillop would have, in an heartbeat, he would have a lot of us chased out there if he wanted, and then where would have gone, eh? Nowhere. That's where. So we didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it. I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. And make amends by making a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? You don't actually want me to represent you in court. You can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The incident last night. Mr. Shams was shot, you see? You what? Oh, he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Mom's gonna be alright, right? Uh-oh. I want to investigate. For Mr. Shams' sake. If anything. What? Right. It's what you sign. If I sign a bit of paper, everyone's happy, isn't it? Is that it? Something like that. Mr. Tuttle? Yes, of course. I have the rest of the papers here. Alright. I just want her to be happy. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. A lawyer, nothing. Poor Ginny. I'm so lonely. Well, she has her presentation papers have been entered in the court record. I don't need to look at the backside of that one, right? At least it should have been, should mean that we can investigate the scene of the Windybanks. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we are done there. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows what just a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windybanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Yeah, probably not, but who cares? Oh, plushie on my head? Can we, I was just about to say, if we get it to be continued, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. So I'm gonna offer you a trade deal. A refund on the points, or we can get a Furby. Or we get the Furby on the floor. As for now, I feel like I'm just really sleepy. Really sleepy. Very sleepy. Counter offer white shulk. Well, if she wants to. She wants to. In the bed very soon, so Furby might not. Yeah. Furby? Alright, we get the Furby. Wait. Phone being a fucky wucky. Okay. There he is. There he is. A new theme? What do you mean? It's kind of the same that I always have. What do you mean? Always saying that I emoticon. Yeah, thank you for having been here. Even though I was kind of feel like if I do Ice Attorney, especially now in the later courses, it's something that's really hard to keep track of unless you've played the game yourself. So I really appreciate y'all being here anyway. She hates streaming. Don't worry, we understand. Exactly. So I'm quickly doing something here. Hold on. Yeah, what? Is something wrong with the Furby? I think he's very cute. I think he's a good friend. But anyway, let me just once more show off my my skedaddle, my schedule. Also open once again, shilling myself. Because I will be having tomorrow off. On Friday, it's summer shovel night. That's gonna be really fucking good because I love the series so far. And on Saturday, special call up, and I'm so excited for that one actually. Again, inviting Soya Poya and Nina over on my channel, and have like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style kind of quiz show with like custom questions made by me to them, have them compete. Who gets the most? Okay, maybe not dollars. Like I'm not, I'm not rich enough to give them $1 million, but they can win up to 1 million exposure, and it's gonna be worth something, I suppose. And on Sunday, it's gonna be Ricer, very fun Sega Genesis game that I've yet to try. And thanks, Stream Medical. It was fun and streaming and gave me energy for almost finishing the drawing of Attorney the Making. What? Attorney? What? Drawing? Yo! I didn't know this week's schedule was posted until now. Yeah, I actually posted it on Sunday. So once again, here's a little reminder what it is. Next week is gonna be such a banger though. I can already say that much. I will finally host another funny community day. I will probably go for Mario Kart again though, because it's gonna be a lot easier to manage. But I also want to try other games in the future. Oh, I didn't post it in the Discord. Oh, oops. Yeah, I forgot some people don't use Funny Bird app. Oh, and of course, we cannot end the stream without updated auto report. Hold on, I got you covered. Wait. Media source. There.
No sound? No sound? No sound? Why is there no... Wait! Why is there no sound? I... Ruined? No sounds? Wait, why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? Eh? Scammed! Wait, hold on. It's... Anna, why is everything breaking right now? Wait. Reset play. Why? Eh? Where is it? He scammed us. He scammed us. Okay, wait, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna add another media file. Wait, what is up with that? What is in the up? You're not supposed to be like that, you know? Is there maybe some OBS fucky wucky? What? No! Hold on. I got it. Oh, no, not like that! I'm gonna scream. Hold on. Gonna try again. I wonder if it has to do with my media sources actually being linked to another... Wait, media source 3. Does it work now? Yeah! Yeah, there we go. That's what I want to say. I don't know why it broke. I really cannot tell you guys why the fuck it broke. But I'm glad it works now. Yeah. Well, spaghetti did some straight to nut stuff, so that's good. Yeah. You know, it wouldn't be amazing without me spilling spaghetti, you know, left and right. So I'm glad that's at least a thing. Let me just see who is on the funny Twitch platform, so we can just, you know, send you guys somewhere nicer. Let's see. Let us in see. You know what? What if Iga, we over to Peony recently? Oh, Yushikun is doing Mega Man X. And that's a fun series, and he's a fun guy. Offline raid? I know, just go for spaghetti raid. He will understand. I also know, thank you for having been here, and I hope y'all having a nice day, night, or whatever time it's for y'all. I am going the fuck to rest. Bye-bye!